Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. I hear something about a pie guy. I do not think I know who pie guy is. Greetings, David, Memeristor, Martin, Selena, John, Andrew. I hope everyone is doing well. Let's turn off the dashed lines, I think. Maybe dashed lines will actually be fun for this. That might be okay. All right, so we get to start. Hey, Brett, by the way, we get to start with a numbered rooms deconstruction. It looks like you can see all the clues, so I think Tristan did that for you all. So if you've not seen a J. Dyer deconstruction before, or if you are J. Dyer, I presume she says a me deconstruction. But what it asks you to do is to place 9 3x3s into the grid that sort of follow Sudoku rules, and then the rest of the grid is empty, which is quite an interesting thing. Anyway, we always start with the puzzle most voted on by the supporters who support at the windmill level. So today, that's this puzzle, which is a rather old puzzle, because I remember talking about it with Memeristor a decent amount at the time that Memeristor made this puzzle. But that was a long time ago. I think I lived in a different house even. So the people who voted for this puzzle are Alethana, Russ, Andrew Sarkis, David, Paul Fly, the Cogito, and Naverio. So a regular old bunch of mostly setters. So we have that. Okay. So many moons ago, yes. I love that phrase. And I worry whether or not I'm allowed to say it or whether it is considered problematic. I am not sure. So numbered rooms clues say clues outside the grid indicate the digit, which has to be in the nth cell from the corresponding direction, where n is the first digit in that direction. For example, if a 4 were in row 2, column 2, and the first digit in that direction, there were no digits in either of those. So we're imagining that is a 4. And so we're imagining that these are both blank. Then the 3 in row 2 would be in row 2, column 4. Okay, good. So we don't... right. So we don't ignore blank spots is the thing I was checking, basically. So if we've got a box of the grid here, this 4 still refers to the 4th space, not counting the fact that this was ignored. I was thinking we were going to have to say the 4th spot could be here, but it could also be there if that were blank. We don't have to do any of that. So we have that. And I guess that's all of the rules that we have to do. So there's a sort of secret bonus rule to these, which is that every cell... oh, it looks like I can see it, but if you can't, I can move it over anyway. If I can find the correct thing. How's that, Isabella? Does that make it clear? I don't know exactly how much the thing I see is exactly what you see. Better? Okay. Okay, so the secret here is that all of these cells, which conveniently are the cells whose row and column number is a multiple of 3, they all have to be in the grid by virtue of the fact that I have to fit 9 3x3s into the grid. Now, at some point, someone decided that the break-in to every J. Dyer deconstruction should be this. I don't know if this puzzle might be old enough that it is before that. Uh, but yeah, I can see that the rules sort of sneaking in, but anyway. So the reason for this is that if you think about it, and so if you don't want to think about it, that's okay. But if you want to think about it, every 3x3 needs to contain a cell where both the row and column number are divisible by 3. Otherwise, you don't have a contiguous 3x3 square. However, there are only 9 such cells in the grid, and they are these. So if there are 9 if there are 9 squares, then we need to have one in each of them. Then we need to have one in each, because otherwise we have a pigeonhole principle problem. Now, I'll note this is very particular to a lot of the specifics of the fact that this thing is 11 by 11 and has 3 of these. So if you had, say, 8 boxes, then you would not know this, or a bunch of other variations. This. Now, there's another proof that I will also accept, although I think it's a little more fiddly, which is that you basically do a proof by cases for the 3 kinds of cells, and prove that if you omit that cell, then you can't fit 9 boxes in some more or less direct way, which is, I think Ambrose pointed that one out to me. Now, the proof that most people give is not really a proof for me. It's sort of the, well, just imagine you've got 3 3x3s, and you could sort of slide them all that way or slide them all that way, and whether you slide them all that way or slide them all that way, then these cells are in, so therefore these cells are always in. But anyway, that is all neither here nor there. So let me look at David's point is to contemplate the nature of these 3s. So in particular, I think this means that these regions all have to go up, because this means there are 3 3s in rows 1, 2, and 3, right? And so that means I need 3 boxes in rows 1, 2, and 3. Otherwise, I cannot do that. I think that's right. It sounds right to me. So I think we can say that these have to go up. Oh, right. Only one needs to reach the top. Right. Sorry. Only one needs to reach the top. Right. We don't need that. You are correct. Let's see. So David's point is that these 2 cells need to sum to 12, or the first digit in each direction here needs to sum to 12. Is that right? So because this is an 11 by 11 grid, so if something is here, that would be 1 in one direction and 11 and the other. And so if I need to have 2 digits in a row that sum to 12 in each of these rows, then I assuredly am not getting a 1 or a 2, because that would come with a 10 or an 11. So therefore, there are no 3s in these cells. So the 3s in here all live in these cells, for what it's worth. And it probably can't be there either, because this one would be 6 from both directions. And you can't have 2 6s in there. That is what Selena says also. Yeah, I always have to think about it. I admit I kind of cheated, because what I did is remember that this step in a 9 by 9, the sum is 10. So that's not true, Emma. That's not what the example says. Uh, that's what I thought it was going to say, but that is not what the example says. Uh, I'm partially inclined to think it would be more interesting counting from the first cell and counting the number of cells, but I also assume that it would be horrible. Uh, I don't think that's true, Isabella, because I think it could be in column 3 as long as there were no digits before it, right? So I think it would be totally fine if this was a 3. Am I wrong? Yeah, I think David is saying the same thing that I am. You're doing 159 things. Oh no. Can do similar things with the 1 in this column, the 4 in this row. Let's see. So we need to put 3 3s in these cells. Which is somewhat interesting. So we've got 3, 9, 4, 8, and 5, 7. But there's no reason I see that we couldn't use 3, 9 twice, is there? Or use 4, 8 twice, say. I don't think so. Not obviously, not without thinking more deeply about something like what that would place, where that would place the 4, 8, and the 3 in the last box, or something somewhat nonsensical like that. Okay, yeah, so David convinced me of something and then deleted it, which suggests that it's oh yeah, that's not true, because I could have a 2 up there, say, like that could be a 2 and that could be a 1, and that would be okay. No, that would not be okay. But I could so naively, just from the proof that we gave before, the 1 is in one of these spots. But the 1, if the 1 is here, I could have a 3 here. But I know it's not here because the 3s are all, because I've already marked this cell can't be a 3. So that cell's assuredly not a 1, for whatever that is worth, just by virtue of the fact that it would need to have a 3 above it in a place where it cannot have a 3 above it. Okay. I don't think that means that this can't be a 1, though. Let's see. I think this is row 1, column 9. Oh yeah, let me mark off that would be the 6, 6 problem. Josh points out. Okay, so Garion thinks it's a problem if this is a 3. Because this can only be a 3 if it's the first cell seen from this direction. So this being a 3 would make that a 1. Right? Because the 3 here would place a 1 there. Oh, that 1 would be the first cell. Right. Okay, yeah, that's a little fiddly, but you're right. So yeah, so it breaks this clue ultimately if I do that. So that doesn't work. Uh, uh, is there a similar issue with this being 3? I think we get exactly the same problem if this cell is 3. Oh no, we don't get the same problem with this cell as 3 as long as there's a digit above it. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and also mark my previous break-in for 4s in this row to say one of those is a 4. I don't think I have any others where I can do that, but I might as well mark it just for my sanity. Oh, here's an easy observation. In this row, we know there's a 3. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. I was going to say something silly. Which deduction, Selena? About why the... So, if this digit is a 3, so just to go over this, if this digit is a 3, then it forces this box exactly. Because otherwise, the 3, which is the numbered rooms clue, is a problem. Now, that 3 also places a 1 here, but the problem is that 1 now, owing to the fact that this is all empty, that 1 now is a numbered rooms clue, which says that cell is a 3, which is it is not good. Oops. It's a bit grindy. It's probably not what Memeristor intended. Can I really put this cell in? My guess is that I cannot make this cell be in. Because if this cell is in, we can do the 159 thing and ask myself what these 3 digits are. Do we run out of space? Maybe we don't quite run out of space. Oh, there's no 3 in the box, right? Because the 3 in the box, right. So if this is in, the 3 in this box would be in this column, which would require a 3 over here, and that's not going to work. So that cell is definitely not in a region. I think we can now say with some confidence. And if this box ever only goes left, I'm not sure if that's true. Is it true, Isabella? What if it, I mean, now that it's gone down, what if it does that or something like that? Okay. I see. So we have to be a little more sophisticated than I'm being in order to get Isabella's point. Which is that I know this box has a 3 in the first 3 rows. That's what we argued before. And so the 3 in this box is in these rows. And so the 3 this box gets is one of these 3s. And so if this box does not go to the right at least 1, then the 3 this box gets is in column 3, which is a problem because we would need to have the... Paradoxically, we've said if it doesn't go right at least 1, then the 3 is in this column, which means it has to go right. because the 3 has to be the first digit. So yeah, so this box always goes right at least 1, which means that these cells are not in anything. And let's see, Garion believes we can do exactly the same thing over here, probably because I think it's completely symmetrical. If this were in, then we'd end up with this, and my 3 would be over there, except it's not because I need to have a 3 there. So that's not in, but same exact argument continues and gives us that, which means that I can give this box a color. And now that forces this box's width, because now this box has to fill those cells, and we can draw a little border there. Okay, so one of the pairs, so one of the 3s actually is in one of these columns, which is column 5 and 7. So there is a 5-7 pair in this row sort of living on the outside. I don't know if I really want to mark that, but this cell I know is not 3, 5, or 7. That is true. Yeah, we can actually extend both of these over some more. Boop and boop. Like that. Okay, and so now Martin's point is now the 3s can't be in column 3 anymore, because now remember the 3 could only be in column 3 if the thing slid all the way to the right, and it doesn't. So so we get that. Okay, and so one of these cells really is a 3. One of these cells really is a 3. That means that there are a 4 and an... Well, there's definitely a 4 in these cells. Does it now figure that there has to be an 8 in these cells? Maybe there doesn't have to be an... No, there does have to be an 8 in these cells, right? Because there's a 3 numbered rooms clue over there, right? So we've got 4 and 8 in these cells. And then the other is... yeah, the 8 can be in the middle box. Okay, I knew something was wrong. Yes. So, yeah, so these are certainly not... I mean, they could be 4, 8, 5, 7, but they probably are not 4, 8, 5, 7. Because, again, I don't know that all of these cells are in the grid, is the point. So this could be the 8, for example, and that would be okay. But for whatever row the 3 is in the 4th spot, I absolutely know that the green or the relevant box goes up. So the 4, the deduction is correct. The 8, the deduction is incorrect, I think. I don't think that's true, Emma. Oh, wait, sorry. For this row it is. Yeah, sorry. For this row, that is true. If we'd like to make... Because in this row, we do actually know that we've got all the stuff happening. And this one can't be 5 for whatever that is worth. So this one can't be 7. Can't be 5 because it would make that cell a 3 for the numbered rooms clue. Oh, there's a clue at the bottom of column 2. Who knew? Yes. We've now said there's a 4 in one of these cells. Well, it's not either of those two. because this numbered rooms clue can be at max 9, which would put it there. So we actually get our first digit here is actually this 4. We can bring out Big Z. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Much appreciated. So that makes that an 8. That places a 3. Okay, and so now yellow has to go up because we need to still get a 3 in yellow. Hey, Mekti, how are you doing? And purple has to go up as well because we still need to get a 3 in purple. Okay, if this is the top cell of this box, that's a 5. But that seems okay to me as best I am able to determine it. If this is a 3, do I create the problem that this has to be a 5 and then this has to be a 2? Is that actually even a problem? I don't know if that's a problem. It sounds like the kind of thing that could be a problem. Oh, yes, that is a problem. Right. Okay. So, if this is a 3, so that this is a... I don't know. I feel like we're doing this in a way that is way chainier than Memeristor would intend. If this is a 3, green goes up, which puts a 5 here. And now for this numbered rooms clue, that puts a 2 here. But now that 2 breaks this 3 numbered rooms clue, so that doesn't work. So this cell specifically is not a 3. Can I mirror that on this side? I don't think so, although possibly. Oh, exactly the same. Yeah, this is even worse, actually. This one's much easier. If this is a 3, this digit's a 5. And that one's actually much easier. That one's... I wouldn't even call that one an elaborate chain. That is just... If this is a 3, you put a 5 on a 5-numbered rooms clue, and that's a problem. The other one I'd consider fairly elaborate as these things go. Okay, so... yeah, so we get our little combination here. So these are now a 4... Oh, sorry, no, they don't know that they're a 4 or 5 pair. But we know that if this goes up, then one of these is a thing. These are a 7 7-8 pair. So basically, if either of these, or if it goes up to here, these cells are a 7-8 pair. So if green goes all the way up, those are a 7-8, which would put the 5 in either the 7th or the 8th cell. I don't know that that does anything. So that's okay. Let's see. Mekti says if this is 4, then that's 3. That's 1. And that's 2. Uh, uh, oh, I see. I see. This cell can't be a 4 because of the column. That's the point. Because the 4 goes with an 8. And so if the 4 is the thing that the 1 is using, then the 8 needs to be the numbered rooms clue on the other side for the 1. But that doesn't actually work because we've already got the 8 there. So that's not a 4. And so we needed a 4, so that means that's not a 3. Which means that's not a 3. And we can fill in our 4 and our 3 and our 3 in yellow. There. And pink also has to go up because if it doesn't, we get exactly the same problem of 4 being the thing. And we've got 2 boxes done. Okay, that is 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. So 1. Okay, so now that's a 2 because the 1 needs to be indexed. And so we can go ahead and nab that box like that. Yes, this is the real blue box, not the fake blue box. Oh, this cell is just a 5 by that numbered rooms clue. I was wondering if I can just place the 1 in this row, because I see that that can't be a 1 and that can't be a 1 by numbered rooms clues. But I think we've still got a little bit of flexibility of where the 1 goes in this. Yeah, we know there's sort of a 7 somewhere in this column, as David says, but we don't really know where. I'll go ahead and try and pencil mark it. It seems like this is at least fairly generously done then. It's not there. I know, because that would break that 7 clue. It would require a 10 somewhere in the row. Doesn't necessarily, unfortunately, mean that blue goes down, because the 7 could be in this region. Oh, also not here. True. That would also put a 10 in the row. Also can't be there, for example, because if the 7 was here, that would mean that's the bottom cell of the row, but that just doesn't work with how the geometry of these boxes work. So that's not a 7 either. So either that is a 7, and this thing goes entirely left, or one of these two is a 7, and this thing goes at least that far in that direction. Oh, yes, this is a 9 by the clue. Thank you. Oh, sorry. No, it doesn't have to be a 9. The 9 could be anywhere in this column, right? As long as it's the bottommost cell. So there is a 9 somewhere, but it doesn't have to be at the very bottom. Yeah, so I think it's like in one of those cells, I think. I'm going to take a quick break real quick. I'll be right back in just a second. I've returned. Fear not. Uh, ah. So, David is pointing out that this green can't go only down, because if the green goes only down, then the outsides uh, add to. Oh, sorry, no, they don't add to anything. They only add to something if the two things are the same. Uh, 30-kilometer walk and 23-kilometer. Wow, 23 kilometers biking. Very nice. Uh, I hope it was a good camping trip. But yeah, the summing to 12 thing only works if the two opposite clues are the same, which they are not here. Uh uh okay. I do know there has to be a 1. Oh, that's quite interesting actually. There has to be a 1 in this row somewhere and it isn't blue. So there's only 3 places that 1 could possibly live, which are in these places, and it can't be as far over as there. So the 1 in this row actually now can only live in these cells. I was looking to see if there was some smart reason why it couldn't be one of these, like that 1, but I think that's okay. Uh, okay. Let's see. Josh says this is not a 1. Uh, yeah, why can't this be a 4 with that being a 1? Uh, we have similar pressure on the 2 in this row, except not quite as good because this could still come up and put a 2 in one of those cells. That's still possible. Uh, yeah, so what I do know for this is the 8th cell, right? So, like, I know one of these two cells is an 8. I just don't know which. And I know one of these two cells is a 7. I just don't know which. Uh, uh, and it could just be uh, Yeah, I mean, I guess AFK is correct. That cell can't be a 2 and that cell can't be a 2. So the 2 in this column is is only in actually 4 spaces at absolute most. Uh uh yeah, the 2 can't go there. So now we're down to 3. Uh because we've already marked that the 4 can only go in one of these places. Uh 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Sorry. I was looking at the 5 clue, but it's not the 5 clue. It's the 2 clue in the opposite direction, actually. That makes it. So, funnily enough, that actually does it. So, AFK, I think, found the intended path because the point is now one of these two is a 7, so that's definitely not a 7. That is delightful, and it would have taken me a while to dig about the 2 enough to actually see that. But since AFK mentioned it, yeah. So the point is both of these are in front of a 7 numbered rooms clue. So one of these is 7, so that's not. And if that's not 7, that means that is 7, and that means green goes down at least 1. Can mark that. We can gray this cell and all of these cells. I know people like the graying, so I will not deny people graying. Wow, I made a joke about how everyone always says things about graying like the second it's possible. And people had even made the comment before I made the joke about how everyone loves the graying part. Let's see. The one in yellow interests me. I don't think it's quite restricted enough. Maybe I should be thinking about the one in this row. Is a little bit thing. We live to be predictable in our obsessions. That's fair. Oh, 4 in yellow. Very good, very good. 4 in yellow is great. By Sudoku. Thank you to Mekti. So that's a 4, which makes that a 1. Which means that we can fill in the orange box, or at least begin to fill in the orange box. That is the bottom of the orange box. Somewhere over here, there is a 6. Because this is the 6th spot. Yes, and so orange definitely grows right because it can't go only left. So we can continue our orange reign of terror like that. Let's see. Yes. Okay, now the 8 in yellow. Very good. The 8 in yellow now is in this row, so that can't be an 8. Mekti points out. So now we actually get to finish green. I won't fill in the gray. I'll let someone in chat point out that I haven't filled in the gray. Okay. So this goes down. This can be red. And red goes down. And now we can give this a color as well. We can reuse purple, I believe. Sorry. I don't think the 2 purples will end up touching. The gray, I see. Good point. Okay, so now that actually fixes the 5 in this column. as going there. The 9 now is not in the 5th spot. From that spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's not a 9 anymore. More gray. So this can't be a 2 anymore, because if this is a 2, it's the numbered rooms clue. That's definitely not right. So the 2 in this column is actually here, which actually gives us lower purple. Wasn't it right, Garion? Because there's a 5 in the column now, so the numbered rooms clue for the 9 can't be 5. And there's no way this is the numbered rooms clue for the 5. Okay, so now that's a 7. Oh, I see. Sorry, that's a 4. You're right. This is still gray, though. This still can't be a 2. So purple still comes over here. And so that's a 2. That's a 7. And because this is actually a 4, I can just count it. It just is a 9. Okay. So funnily enough, red has to get into this column because I need to put a 5 in this column somewhere, and I can't put it there, and I can't put it there. I can't put it here because it would place a second 5 in the column, and I can't put it here because the numbered rooms clue would be a 2. So red needs to skedaddle all the way over to here. So we've got that. Seems useful. One of these 2 cells is a 5, because that can't be a 5 because it's in front of a numbered rooms clue. That is the 4th spot and the 6th spot. So this is a 4 or a 6. Oh, yes, this is a 9 because we still need to index this 2. Thank you, chat. So that needs to be the 9, which means that's the 5 and that's the 4. Owing to that. The 5 in this row, where is it? It's in blue because oh, sorry, that's not true necessarily. I was going to say something wrong. Maybe it'll be true after the 5 indexes the 4, though. Because after the 5 indexes the 4, that means this becomes a thing. It's going to be second real blue. So that places some gray down here. This cell is gray, by the way. This 9 places a 7. 3, 6, 7. Agree. Oh, I placed the 7 in the wrong place, didn't I? I placed the 7 in the 7th place. 9 places a 7, but the 7 goes there. Good. This 7 is placed here, Garion points out, because that 7 looks over. Very good. So that's a 7. Oh, this is an 8. Has been for a while just for that indexing purpose. Yeah, we know there's a 6 here. This can never be 7 anymore. Because in what world is this 7? Only if it's the first clue in this column. So it can't come from there, and blue already has a 7. So this cell's never 7. And so therefore the 7 that indexes this 1 that we know about actually has to come from this last yellow region here. So we know that region goes over there. Now, funnily enough, I don't think that lets me immediately gray anything. It just tells me that I know that one of these two is the 7. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7th spot. So the first digit in this row is a 7. It's not in either of the spots that can already see a 7. And it can't be here either. Actually, it can't be in either of those two spots. Because if it was in either of these two spots, we would have a problem because it would have to be yellow or blue. But we know the yellow 7 is one of these two and the blue 7 is there. So it's actually not in either of those cells, which actually means that all of these cells are gray because the first digit in this row is a 7. So the yellow goes down like that, which then makes that the 7. Oops, sorry, makes that the 7. I can draw in the border on the bottom like that. Okay, that doesn't place a 1 or anything like that. Okay, so what is left in this column? Maybe I should actually do a little bit of Sudoku. We've still got a 2, a 3. We've got 4, 5. We still need a 6. We've got a 7 and 8, and we still need a 9. This one can't be 2 either because there's already a 2 in the box. That one can't be 2. Okay, so the 2 in this column is quite restricted. Because actually no, the 2 in this column is quite restricted. It's exactly there. Because if the 2 were in either of these spots, it would be blue, but blue already has a 2. So that is a 2. For whatever it is worth. Let's see. Yeah, so Matt says that the 7 index for row 5. What? Oh, sorry, no, row 7 has an index for 5. Sorry, there we go. Row 7 has an index for 5, which has to be rather large. So the 5 is assuredly in one of these spots. It already can't be there. It can't be here because that would make it a 4. It can't be here because that would make it a 5. So that is 6. Oh, and it can't be there because that would make it a 9. Oops, sorry, that would make it a 9. So it has to be 6 or 8. Except this cell can't be anything. There's no color that can get here. So, in fact, the 5 in this row goes exactly here and must be blue. And we can do all of that. Oh, and that puts a 6 here for the record. So the 2 in this row now is only in one of these spots, which happen to be, well, that one's the 5th spot, so that can't be a 2. And so it's the 8th spot or the 9th spot are the 2 places where the 2 can go. So we have that. Yeah, the 1 in this column can only, I think, go in one of those 2 spots. Let's see, the 1 in this region can only go in one of those 2 spots. I don't know if I really want to mark that. One in, okay, sorry. I tried to scan 1 in green because a bunch of people said it and I didn't follow it right. So that's the 1 in green. And now the 1 in yellow is there. And now the 1 in this region is in one of those 2 cells. Okay, this is a triple of 2, 6, 9 for the record. Row 1, column 9. Yeah, so this is only a 1 or a 9. I agree. So that's just because I can't place the 1 in blue. So the only colors that can have the 1 are the purple, which would have to be there, and the yellow, which would have to be there. So that is that. Okay. Got that. The red 7, Emma points out, is in one of these cells, which means that one of these 2 is 7. Oh, yeah, one of those 2. Sorry, one of those 2. Oh, sorry, no, exactly that cell. That's the only cell that can be 7 in red by our pencil marks. So that cell is 7, which means that cell is 2, which actually forces all of that. Hey, Streamer Tim, how are you doing? Good to see you again. Okay, and so now that cell's assuredly not 7. So that is a 7. These are now gray. They are all unobtainium. Now. Right. So now the point is this 2 needs to be indexed, and it is the 8th spot. But that digit is not an 8, so therefore this digit has to be an 8, which fixes this blue, which grays those, so they're not 6. Fun fact. One of these 2 is 1. In fact, these... Oh, sorry. I was going to say these 2 are a 1-8 pair, but that's not true. Okay. So we got our 2, 1. The 6. Oh, sorry, no, the 6 can be here. Uh, uh, one of these two is definitely a 4. Oh, one of these two is definitely a 4, and it's not the one that has a 4 looking at it, as Jim points out, and as Sven points out at the same time. So we've got that. One of these two is a 1. Oh, in fact, actually, I know which one is a 1, because the one in red looks down, so that's a 1. And so if you look at these 3 boxes together, the point is that always these need to be a set of the digits 1 through 9, because the boxes together have 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9, and these columns have 2 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these are a 7, 8 pair, therefore. Then these are from 2. Well, that's the 2, apparently. 3, 4, 5. These are 6 and 9, and I know the order. You can't do you can't do J-Dyer deconstructions without being willing to do that specific law of leftovers application. I don't find it to be nearly as pretentious as law of leftovers in practice. Let's see. This column, unfortunately, those digits match those digits exactly, so it's going to work out no matter what. Let's see. Yeah, the 7, 8 is in orange. So so the 7, actually the 7 is just, oh no, not quite. Sorry. The 7 is in one of 2 spaces. It's there or there in this row. Yes, row 8 needs a 4, because note, not every digit needs, or sorry, not every row needs a 4, but every row that has 3 boxes in it needs a 4, and neither of those are 4 because their boxes already have a 4. This one's not 4 because its column already has a 4, and so therefore that's a 4, is Mekdi's point. Puts a 5 in one of these 2 spots. Where is the orange 7 is being asked. So it's not in any of those spots. It's not there, and it's not there. So the orange 7 is definitely in one of these 2 spots, which gives us a Zach wing on 7s, though I think a useless one. Let's see. Row 6 is 1. Matt points out goes there because orange and blue both already have a 1. These are a triple of 2, 3, 8. And that one is only a 3, it would seem. So that's an 8, and that's a 2. Which means this is a naked single. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, funnily enough. Okay, so these digits are 3, 5, and 6. For whatever that is worth. These are a pair. Oh, it's a pair, and that one's a 1 because the row needs a 1. And so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 9 for what it is worth. Let's see. the 8 down here is placed because that 7-8 pair and that 8 look down, that 8 look down. So that's an 8. So this is a triple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's the 3. These two are a 6, 9 pair. That's not a 3. That 3 looks over and makes that a 6, which makes that a 3. Which makes these two for a 5, 6 pair. I'll fill them in and hope Sven tells me which is which. Sven did. Thank you, Sven. Okay. Now that is a 9 and a 6 and a 5 coming over here. Let's see. The orange 3, Jim points out, is ruled out of all of these cells by Sudoku, so it can in fact only actually be there. Let's see. Yes, this has been a very fun puzzle. Okay, so the orange digits in this row, we know what they are. Let me mark them. They are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They are 2, 5, and 8. So therefore, that digit is a naked 2, which makes that digit an 8. And so the other digit in this row is a 5 for what it is worth. So that's a 2. So we've got an orange 5 in one of these two cells. And so these digits are not 5. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, not 5 because the 5 is down here. 6, 7, and 9. Okay, so this is not 6 or 9. This row, okay, I think this is probably what Garion was saying that I wasn't looking at. This row needs 4, 7, and 8 as the digits that are left after you look at these 6. And this digit can be none of 4, 7, and 8. So this is, to use what I think is a KNT's favorite term, this is a naked single nothing. It sees every digit is the way I would see it. It sees 1, 2, 3, sees 4. It sees 5 in the weird roundabout way that the 5 in this row, or the 5 in this row is not in, sorry, it sees 5 there. I don't even have to say anything sophisticated. It sees 5 there, sees 6, sees 7, 8, sees 9. Yep, so naked single nothing it is. So, well, you were saying something about 4, 7, 8, so it must have been the same thing, just phrased a different way. Let's see. Okay, so now we've got that. So now that's the 5 by previous work. Okay. And so now yellow needs to go right or it won't have a 5, is the usual trick that's kind of nasty that you have to do in these puzzles. Because 5s look at these cells, and so yellow needs a 5 because all of those are filled in. So in fact, this is the yellow, and we get our boxes done like that. So the yellow 5 is assuredly in one of those two spots. There's a clue, I'm being told, in row 4. Right. So this is a 6, now that we have that. Thank you. Okay. This is a 4, 7, or a 9. Well, it's not a 9. The 9 is just placed there, which makes that the 7. So 8, 7, 4. If I can fill those in. Let's see. This is a 6 or a 9 by the row. These are a 1-4 pair, AAA battery says. They're 1-4 pair, and we can resolve it. Thank you, AAA. So that's 4 and 1. So that has made that a 9 and a 6, and a 9 and a 6. Oh yeah, I wanted to. So what about that? There we go. Has that helped? We have pressed the mark button. Okay. So that cell now is the 1 for this region. Now that that's placed, this is a 2. Let's see. So these are a pair of something and something. 2, 3, and 8, I believe. So that's the 3 and that's the 8. So that's the 6 and that's the 3. And these two, one of them is a 5, and the other one, I better know where it goes, because the other one's a 9, so I do, and I think that is it. And the puzzle is so old that there's not solution check in it. Yeah, I'd say that's an issue with a lot of J-Dire deconstructions, Memeristor, that they tend to lend themselves to like some Sudoku-y deductions that are like just on the edge of what I consider okay. And so I do think they tend to be far better at the end than chaos constructions. But overall, I really liked this puzzle. This was very enjoyable. Alrighty, though, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. And I promise it won't be a Ubon. Be right back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. We have a 10 lines puzzle. by Richard Lanius. So I am very excited to do this. So we I would have done this sooner, but I sort of got enraptured in that one KNT U-Bahn puzzle that took 2 streams to solve. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Richard Salk, not Richard Lanius. Richard Lanius is a game designer, right? Sorry, I said the wrong Richard. Let me move the camera back over. Richard Lanius? Is Richard Lanius the Pathfinder guy? I am unsure. Anyway, this is a 10 lines puzzle, so we need to break each line into 1 or more contiguous groups of digits which sum to 10. These groups of cells cannot overlap. Digits can repeat on lines and within sums. Yeah, the stream. Yeah, not only did it take 2 streams to do basically the puzzle, one of those streams was extra long. But I'm counting doing the warm-ups as part of doing the one puzzle. And yeah, oh boy, it was quite long. So I usually tend to mark my lines here, I guess. Actually, maybe I'll start in box 2. I know this sums to 20, so I know that these digits sum to 25. Does that prove that this is a sum to 10? No, because we could just get away with it being that this whole line sums to 30. If we were psychopaths. We don't really need the dashed lines. I admit I'm sort of, by association, since usually I do Sudoku puzzles on this kind of grid and pencil puzzles on dashed grid, I'm starting to get trauma from the non-dashed grid and tending to get warm, fuzzy feelings from the dashed grid. So I'm sort of just starting to prefer the dashed grid for all things because it makes me feel better inside. But we can certainly put this back. Uh, 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 yes. Okay. That's the point. So yeah. So, this, so this segment, I said these 4 cells add to 25. That means I need 3 separate 10 sums in here, because otherwise it would be too big. And so we can actually break that up like that, which then in fact forces this to be my divisions into 10 sums for this line. And so those sum to 10, these 2 sum to 15, so they're from 6, 7, 8, 9, but this is part of a 3-cell 10 sum, so so these can only be from 1, 2, 3, and definitely contain a 1, for what it is worth. So this is an 8 or a 9, actually, because of the fact that these need to sum to 15, so that's a 1 or a 2. That's beautiful, as a introduction. I have been begging Sven to let me put X's on corners. There are several things that I every few months re-ask Sven for that horribly annoy him, and I think X's on corners is one of those things. Okay, so that in particular means that this line definitely is 2 parts. So we can do that. I suppose I shouldn't put the X, even though I kind of want to put the X. So that means we've used all of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 in here. Because each of these 10 sums needs a 1, 2, 3, 4 in it. And in particular, the 4 is here, so is the 6. So these digits are not from 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6. So these digits are from 5, 7, 8, 9. is what these numbers are. And so this number here is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just to note that, because these two are certainly part of the same 10 sum. This can't actually be a 9. Because if this is a 9, its 10 sum needs to be completed with a 1. Well, that 1 can't go here because we've got a corner marked 1 there. And the 1 can't go there because then I would have to make this a 1-cell 10 sum, which I cannot do. That's pretty big because it makes me able to corner mark a 9 in these cells, which makes that an 8. By the way, sorry, I didn't actually fully justify that. I can't put a 9 in any of these cells because I would need to pair it with a 1. So in fact, one of these is a 9, which actually gives me an 8 and a 2. So I will bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Woo! Wah! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. We will recall that that means that that cell is a 7, because remember, this is 10, and these all together sum to 25. So that makes this a 1 and a 2 in order to make that work. Now that has to be the 8 because I can no longer put an 8 in here. So that's an 8. I love it. I have done this in puzzles before. So how's the 8 sum working? It can't go to this cell under any circumstance. Because this digit is at least 3. So the 8 sum has to go this way, but it can only keep going, which means it has to be an 811. So that is our sum, and this is also a 3-cell sum, is how that ends up working. Okay, well, this can't be a 9 anymore because that can't be a 1 or a 2. So we've got that still. Oh, and so that just places the 9, actually. Oh, and I know that these are 3, 7, and 4, 6. Those are the only 2 10 sums I can make, which means this is a 5. This isn't a 7, so these 2 aren't 3s for what it's worth. Oh, David said the same thing about this being a 5. If this was a 5... Yeah, this... Okay, this can't be a 3 or a 4. Because if this is 3 or 4, then I need this to be a 1 or a 2, which it can't be. So in fact, this is the classic 5-5 piece of a 10 sum. If this is a 2-cell sum, it has to be 4, 6. It's the only sum available. For what it is worth. I do know the 5 in this box is on this line because this certainly isn't a 5-5. The 5 can't, in fact, actually... Oh, sorry, the 5 can be here. If these are my 5, 2, 3. Otherwise, if the 5's over here, then this is a 5, 3, 4 with that being a 1, 2. Maybe that's not immediately exciting. Yeah, something like 3, 5, 2 could work. Oh, this 3-cell sum is 2, 3, 5. That's the easy thing to do because there's a 1 in the box. So this is 2, 3, 5. That's a 2. These are 3, 5. That looks up and places the 5. And as noted, the 5 can't go that way. Because if the 5 goes this way, I need to make these 2 sum to 5, and I can't without a 1 or a 2. So this goes this way, that goes that way. As noted, this is a 4-6. So this is a 2-3. That makes that a 7 by Sudoku, which makes that a 3, which makes this my 4-6. Okay, so now this number here is at least 3 for whatever it's worth. And if it's not 3, then it's at least 7. So it's probably a 3, but I don't think I can quite prove that. But it certainly means that these numbers aren't more than 6, which maybe I am embarrassed to have pencil marked. These are a 1-9, just to finish out the box. So that's a 9, and that's the 1. So that's not 1. Let's see. 5. There's a 5 over here somewhere. The 9 in this column is in one of those two cells, I suppose. Let's see. This is a naked single, points out Mekti. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. So this digit is an 8. Very good. So what about these? One of these is a 4-6, and the other is a 9. And so one of these is a 4-6, and the other is a 7. Sure. Let's see. These numbers, if this is a 3-cell sum, it's 2, 3, 5. Is that an immediate problem? No, because this could still go with being 4-6. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, yes. So, this being 7 never works, is Garian's point. Because if this is a 7, now that's a 3, because it can't be 7, 1, 2. But now these are a 3-cell sum, except the only available one is 2, 3, 5, but I don't have a 3. So this is never a 7, which means that is a 7. For what it's worth. Okay, so if this is a 6, that's definitely a 4. If this is a 4, oh, then that's definitely a 6. So actually, this is always a 2-cell sum. So if this is a 6, then I can't make these 2 cells sum to small enough. If this is a 4, I would need these two, and it was a 3-cell sum. I would need these 2 cells to sum to 5, but the only options for that are 1, 5, and 2, 4, neither of which is possible. So in fact, this is always a 4-6, which means this is a 2, 3, 5. That is a 9. Okay, now I feel like there's almost no way that that's the 5 because of what it would do up here. This is a wonderful puzzle mix, so I am enjoying this a lot. Also, I hope you've been well. There's a 1 over here somewhere, sure. Let's see. Can I prove that this has to be a 3 yet? If this is a... So the next smallest thing it could be is 7. It would make these a 1-2 pair. That might just be okay. Yeah, I'm also anticipating that we're going to be coloring 4-6s. I might actually just go ahead and start the process now. But maybe it doesn't get me anywhere. Okay, so yeah, so Very smart spot from Mekti. 8 can't go in any of those cells. 8 can't go here because it would need a 1 or a 2. 8 can't go there either. So the 8 in this column is or in this box is definitely in one of these two cells. Uh, uh, is there any way this is still two sums? Oh, let me first resolve this. So this is a naked single. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could be 7. It's not 8, and it's not 9. Wow. That digit is a naked 7. Amazing. So if this is a two-cell sum, the only way that works is if it's 2, 8. I do know that one of these two is 7 now, just by Sudoku. If that were 7, this would have to be a 3. Dorlero is pointing out that one of these has to be a 3-cell sum. And we can pay attention to that, because this line only sums to 20. It can't sum to 10 or 30. So the absolute, if I minimize this, would be 4 here and 1, 3, 4 here. That's too big. If you look at it, the minimum sum of this line is more than 10, because this digit's at least 4, and these digits are at least 1, 3, 4. So this is 2 lines, neither of which is 5, 5, by the way. And so we have this. I'll get to your point in a minute, Dorlier. So if that's a 7, that's a 3. Oh, 4 and 7. Dorlier's talking about the line we're looking at now. Yeah, so that could be a 3. There's a 5 up over there. Now row 6, column 2 is a naked single. Okay, so these certainly can't be 2, 8. I think I could be 1, 9. And they could be 3, 7 if they're in a specific order. And I think they could be... They could be 4, 6, although it would put a lot of pressure on column 1. We want to mark 8 in box 7 as going in one of these two cells. And it's not that one. So Selena wants me to just place that 8. So now one of these is a 4, 6, and the other is something else. The other is a 9. So that means this cell is either 4, 6, or 1. For what it is worth. Oh, yeah. So I think the thing, so what Todd is suggesting implicitly is that I do this in this cell. Yeah, Jim is now very explicitly saying this. This cell is not a 1, a 2, or a 5 by Svenage. It's not a 4-6 because it has a 4-6 looking at it. It's not an 8 or a 9 because these two need to sum to at least 3. So this cell's always a 3 or a 7, which means certainly this can't be a 7 because if this was a 7, then that would be a 3 and this cell would have no value. Very cheeky there. So that's a 2 and a 1 to make that work. So that's a 2. This is now a 4-6. That's a 2. And so we can continue our whole shebang with the things. The circle 4-6 is actually placed in this box here. So in particular, that's not an 8. I certainly can't put the 4-6 on this 2-cell tensum. So that's an 8. I see some people in chat saying some things which suggest to me that I perhaps did this in a way that was more complicated than was necessary. That is a 3 and a 2. This cell is something. This cell's a 9. Both 1 and 9 are in these cells, so at least one of 9, or sorry, at least one of 1 and 9 is in this 2-cell tensum. But if at least one of them is in the 2-cell tensum, then they both are in the 2-cell tensum. So this is a 1, 9, and I know the order. And then this is the other thing. It's a 3, which makes some amount of sense. Okay. Now, this row is now 2 pairs. So I can come straight across here and say that these are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. If this were a 7 or 9, I would need this to be small, but annoyingly it can be. Let's see. Being encouraged to just mark this box. It's a little messy. Oh, but the point is that's a 9. I somehow never saw. For no good reason. That makes my life a little bit easier. Let's see. There's a 9 over here. There's a 1 up here. Let's see. Let me mark this box while we're doing gratuitous marking. We might as well. Okay, so these are not 4 or 6 because they have a 4-6 pair looking at them. What am I don't know how I somehow missed this. This is 3, 5, 9. I only had 3 digits left here, so I somehow missed this. This can't be a 9. Because then that would be a 1. And it can't be. So this is a 3 or a 5. And regardless... Oh, can this be a 1 sum? So if this is a 5, that could be a 5. I believe. I don't see any reason why not. If this were a 3, I could have a 1 cell or a 4-cell sum to 10. Which would be like 1, 2, 4. Let's see. Chat's point is this can't be a 2-cell segment because there's no 2-cell segment available. So this must be a 3-cell segment. Can't be 1, 9, can't be 2, 8, can't be 3, 7, can't be 4, 6. So now this is a 2-cell sum. And this can't be a 3, so that can't be a 7. This can't be an 8, so that can't be a 2. So the only thing that works is to make this 9 and 1. Like that. This can't be 2, 3, 5, because if it was 2, 3, 5, that would be 4 2, 3, 5s in this row. So there is a 1 on this line, and we know where it goes by Sudoku. It goes there. because of those two ones. So now these two sum to 9, but they're not 1, 8, 2, 7. So they're 3, 6, or 4, 5. I was thinking I was going to know which one it is, but I don't think I do. I know this one's not a 6 or a 4, so that one's a 3 or a 5, and this one isn't. It's 4 or a 6. Funny that we got another 4, 6 for our collection. Let's see. So this digit's known to be an 8, David is pointing out. Oh, this is a 1 just by Sudoku, actually, funnily enough. I don't know if this cell can be a 9. I mean, it seems quite likely it's a 9. It's a 50-50 chance one of these two cells is a 9. Then this would have to go 5, 5. Let's see. What have we got here? We've got a 4, 6. Oops, I think oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Is it insane to pencil mark these two cells? Because I kind of want to pencil mark these two cells. So this cell is assuredly not an 8 or a 7. 5 doesn't work either because it would make this too big. 6 doesn't work either because it would make this too big. So this is a 4 or a 9 only. And so I think I can probably also... So the all one line universe is 1, 4, 2, 3. I don't see why that doesn't work. But in any case, this is never a 6. It could be a 5. This is never a 4 or a 3. So we've got those friends for what it is worth once we sort of pencil mark that. What is this ending? Oh, wow. That's a bizarre way to end this puzzle. Is that really the intended path? Because that feels incredibly out of character with the rest of the puzzle. But I agree that it doesn't work. But it does not feel anything like the rest of the puzzle. I wonder if there's something else that you could see. Like, I don't think that step feels out of character for like a random deduction in the middle of a 4-star puzzle or something, but for like an ultra smooth 3-star puzzle where every step felt beautiful and intentional, that does not feel beautiful and intentional. That feels like, oops, I accidentally noticed this thing, which strongly suggests to me that I mean, I would like it in lots of puzzles, to be clear. I don't think there's anything wrong with that kind of deduction. I think there's something wrong with that kind of deduction in this puzzle, with the style of puzzle that we've had so far. So I'm sort of curious if there's a different way to see that something has gone off. But if there is, I'm not quite sure what to look at because we don't exactly have clues left over with which to do it. But Yeah, I was trying to see if there's something. I'm just squinting a little bit to see if there's something preferable. Uh I don't see anything else. Uh and I do know that one of these two is 9 for whatever it's worth. Uh could try ketchuping the 3 5s as well. That's possible. Let's relish the 3 5s. See if there's any hope in that. This is the OE35. So is there a way to relate this 3 5 and that 3 5? Is that the thing that I'm supposed to see here? Because that would seem somewhat in the spirit of things. Uh, uh, it's the XE35 that needs to go in one of these cells. Uh, Yeah, I don't know. It just feels off to me. The last step for purposes of that. I guess we could fill these in. Laura points out there's 3, 5, 4, 6 go in here. I don't know which 4, 6 it is, but yeah, but in any case, if you missed it before, the point is that the two universes are this is a 2 4 and this is a 5 9. But if this is a 5 9, you get a 3 5 9 triple looking at a 3 5. So they're not a 5 9. So this is actually a one long line. So get a 7 and a 2, 6 and 4, 7. Oops, sorry, that was not a 2, not a 7, not a 4. Not 4s, not 7s, not 4 or 6. Okay, and we can paint the rest of the box with marks. So that is 5 and 6 and 3, 8, 6. 3, 4, 5, 9, 8, 7, 5, 9, 6, 4, 8, 7, 2. Yeah, I'd much prefer if there were a 4-cell 10 line. I much more enjoy it when they work out to be like 2 and then 1, 2, 5 or something like that. That is my preferred way to have those work out. 6, 4, 6, 4, 5, 3, 6, 4, 6, 4. Very nice puzzle. I still feel like I must have missed something at the end, but I'm not sure. Uh, uh, but I'll be curious to see. Perhaps in the comments, someone who watches this later will have seen a different way to handle the very end there. Oh, I never actually put a line on this 1 9, which is why answer check hasn't popped. There we go. But anyway, very lovely puzzle. I quite enjoyed it. There was a 5 5 segment. One does always appreciate the 5 5 segments. I really appreciated the step about these summing to 25, and hence this had to have 3 10 sum segments in it, so it had to look like this. That was a really cool break, and I've not seen before. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break and I'll be back with more puzzles. Welcome back, everyone. We have next up a little treat. Uh, I will say I do know that Mark did this puzzle relatively recently. However, this is a Renbon-Nabner ambiguity puzzle with black dots in it. So there is just no way that I was not going to do this puzzle relatively quickly. Also, by full deck and missing a few cards, which are some of my favorite setters. They tend to have really neat puzzles that tend to be very smooth and interesting. Yes, the singular black dot. I mean, it's sort of I sort of feel like this puzzle is dedicated to me, even though I don't think it is. I think it's a pure coincidence, but very much in the Zeta spirit, we'll say. Okay. Where does my love for black dots come from? So I think there's two things for black dots that they have going for them. One of them is that they are pretty, which puts them in like the exact opposite of, for example, killer cages, which are the ugliest thing on Earth. But black dots are certainly the prettiest constraint by themselves. They tend to sort of like look nice and aesthetic just by themselves. But they also do something fundamentally different than that whole mess of constraints that can't tell 1 and 9 apart. There's like a bajillion of them. And so the fact that the black dots actually sort of interact in a unique way that's not very complicated, like the complexity of black dots is like in exactly the right level, I think. So they're sort of perfect, and they look good if you use multiple of them. They look good if you only use one. I think there's lots of cool stuff to be said for black dots. I have often said that in terms of Sudoku mechanics, that there are two S-tier Sudoku mechanics, and the two S-tier mechanics are Renbon and black dots, and all other mechanics are inferior to those to varying degrees. I will say I think if killer cages weren't ugly as sin, they would have a chance of being in the list, but they're like D tier because killer cages are ugly as sin. Like at some point someone will design a look for killer cages that is not completely hideous. But no one, I think, is currently working on that as their primary academic pursuit. You saw a 0-0 black dot. I love a 0-0 black dot. That's great. Alrighty, so let's read the rules of the puzzle. So each line is either a Renbon, meaning that it is a contiguous string of digits with no repeats, but in any order, or it's a Nabner, meaning it has no consecutive digits. So, for example, this one, which has a white dot on it, I have a good guess as to which one it is going to be. I will agree with you, Mixo. I think XVs are prettier than killer cages, but XVs are also not incredibly pretty, although they do look a lot better than Fortress. Like, Fortress is the only thing that I think really rivals killer cages in terms of raw ugliness, in terms of what it looks like. Cells separated by a white dot by a black dot have 2-1, and cells separated by a white dot are consecutive. Not all dots are necessarily given. And then some cells are even and some cells are odd, and they are given by squares, which have an even number of sides. I will color them in blue, and odds, which we will do in orange. Okay, so right away the thing I want to do is to note that this has to be a Renbon because it has a pair of consecutive digits. I also want to note that the digits that are next to blue digits on white dots are orange. And so, yeah, I mean, Fortress clues are genuinely horrible. What did I do? I did some bad things with my coloring. We'll try again. There we go. How about that? Yeah, somehow I had a pair of oranges on a white dot, which was an interesting style choice, we'll say. Okay, so so we've got our 3 consecutive digits here. Interestingly, we could have 2 Ren bonds and a Nabner. Could we have a Ren bond and 2 Nabners? I'm not actually sure if we can have a Ren bond and 2 Nabners. Okay, well, one of these at least has to be a Nabner line, because so that yeah. So Garian's point about the 5-cell lines. Oh, Tristan will put a link in the chat. Garian's point about the 5-cell lines is there's only one 5-cell Nabner line, which is 13579. And it would just be too ugly to put that in a puzzle. And so this can't be a 13579. And so therefore it's a Renbon. Like no one would ever dare to put a 13579 Nabner in a puzzle. So we've got all of that. And so these are that. So this is either 3 odds and 2 evens or 3 evens and 2 odds, depending on how it goes. Let's see. Yes, Emma points out the intended deduction wasn't that, of course, they're too skilled of setters to put all odd digits. The intended deduction was that you can't make all of these even. So these cells assuredly tell us that at least one of these two is a Nabner, as I think what Selena is pointing out, because a length 4 Renbon always uses 2 evens and 2 odds, and so we don't have enough evens and odds to make this work otherwise. So I will. Oh, this could be 1, 2, 3 if that's 4, 8. That's irksome. Oh, can I not do a Renbon and a Nabner? That would make sense. So yeah, so if I make one of these a Renbon, then I've knocked out 4 consecutive digits. And so then the 5 remaining digits can be on either side of it. I'm trying to think what is the elegant way to say that Renbon Nabner doesn't work. So then oh, the relevant way, or the way to do it, I think, is to say that if you a Nabner needs to touch 4 of these 5 boxes in order to work, because you can't ever put any pair of these onto a Nabner line. And a length 4 Renbon will definitely block out one of them. Oh, that doesn't quite do it. It'll definitely block out one, but you could do something like 4, 5, 6, 7, and it doesn't end up working, but it's closer than this argument allows. I'm trying to think what is the elegant way to say you can't have a Renbon and a Nabner together that isn't. I tried all the options in my head and it didn't work. There's got to be something a little bit nicer than that. Yeah, I can't think of a nice proof. I believe it's true, but I can't think of a good proof. I'm gonna be honest. That I can't put them together. Uh, okay, but that's going to mean all of these are Nabners around the outsides, I think. Uh, uh, um, anyway, I believe it. I'll mark them. Uh, they can't both be Renbon because if they were both Renbon, the digit that would be left over in the box would be a 1, 5, or 9, and all of these boxes have an even square in the center. So that does not work. Uh, uh, so okay, I think David might have the way to think about this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Uh, uh, so the so I guess maybe the easiest thing to see is that if the Nabner doesn't use a 9, then you certainly can't do it because you would have to make your Renbon uh, out of these digits where you'd have to do that. And then symmetrically, so I guess for me, there is the nicest proof I can think of is a without loss of generality proof that starts this way, but we could just as easily break it down the other way and say that if it does have a 9 or doesn't have a 9, it doesn't work. Uh, uh, but there's probably a more elegant way to frame it. Uh, okay. Uh, okay. So, Selena's proof is that you can't even do it if you throw in a 0, so it's symmetrical. Uh, because your uh, Selena is imagining that the 0 is consecutive with both 1 and 9. Uh, so the 0 we're sort of making consecutive to both things. Uh, and it's okay to do that in the proof because we're not actually allowed to use the 0 anyway. Uh, so uh, so yes, so that makes sense. So yeah, so now okay, there we go. So yeah, so take out the Renbon from this ring of things. What's left is a string of 6 consecutive digits, consecutive in this circle. And then your string of 6 consecutive digits, you can only take at most 1 from each pair, so you can't get, for a nabner, so you can't get more than 3 on the nabner. Okay, that is a very nice proof. I like that a lot. Okay, prize goes to Selena. Okay, now, what are we doing here? So Nicholas was earlier looking at this, and so it's certainly true that there's 2 extreme Ren bonds in this row, because there's a 1 and a 9 in this row somewhere. And that that forces an extreme Ren bond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 would work. So it's certainly not true that if you have a length 5 Ren bond, you can't have a Nabner to go with it. Possibly true once you throw in something about the Kropke and the odd evens. But that seems, again, pretty messy. I keep wanting in my head to prove this isn't 1, 2, 3 because it would make this 4, 8, but I don't think that's actually broken in any way. Because of the odd digit in the center. Bye, streamer Tim. I understand Selena's proof. So Selena's proof here is to again imagine that you have your string of your sort of 0 through 9 loop. You remove 5 consecutive digits, so you've got 5 consecutives left, and you take 3 numbers on it that nabner each other. They're all going to be the same parity, because if you take 3 out of 5 consecutive digits for a nabner, it would do that. But we know these aren't the same parity. And so, therefore, this has to be a Renbon. Now, more sophisticatedly, we know these aren't all the same parity, because if they were all the same parity, that would be odd, and I would have 4 odds in the box, which then I could not make a length 5 Renbon with 4 odds in the box. So we get that as well. Okay, so this digit assuredly is not 3 or 5 or 7. These are both 1, 9, right, is the point? Because if one of these is a 3, then I have to make 2 Renbons around it, and I can't. Because I'd need to use the 1, 2 somewhere, and I can't. And if I make it a 7, then I need to use the 8, 9. And there's definitely a 5 on a length 5 Renbon if I know anything about Renbons. So this is a 1, 9. So this is a 2, 8 that's consecutive with the 1, 9. Which means that this digit is in fact even, and it's the 4, 6 that you get to through the 3, 7 with this, which means that this is the same 2, 8 as that digit, just for purposes of sanity. And so this Renbon is in fact extreme. Like that. Okay, so that means there's no 1, 9 here, for whatever it is worth. Okay. But that's very interesting that we end up with that happening. So this 3-7 is funnily enough in exactly one of these two spots. Okay. So I think what I'm supposed to say is this 3-7. Oh, so this 4-6 could end up there, though. As long as that ended up being a 5. Okay, so there's some, like, this is almost like turning into a 2 to 10th puzzle, weirdly. Because we're going to have to think about, like, where does this 3-7 go in this box and that kind of thing. What do you mean it's consecutive digits? There's only one consecutive digit with a 1-9. Oh, I see. Okay, so the point is, so Garian's point, I see. I misread, or I misunderstood what Garian's point was. So Garian is saying this is extreme. So if this goes here, it's extreme. But now those digits definitely aren't in here because this is 4 consecutive digits. So like if I don't know, give this some sort of coloring, like if I make this the 19x, the 19x can't be here because then the 3 digits that start at 19x would all have to go there. That doesn't work. So the 19x is actually up here, so it's actually down here somewhere, for whatever that is worth. Is it possible I know that this also has to be a 3-7? It doesn't work the other way because I don't know that these 4 are consecutive, right? If I try it the other way, if I try and put this 1-9 on here, then I end up trying to put 3 extreme digits, and it would have to be something like these are a 2-3 or a 7-8, and that's the thing that goes with it, right? I think that's okay, though, as best I can immediately see it. So I don't think that is the problem. Yeah, this 1-9 and 3-7 both need to go on this Nabner. Because they need to go in the box somewhere. Do I know that this has to be one of them? Could that not be even? Uh, let's see. Uh, so one second, I'm going to sneeze, I think. There we go. Uh, so Garion is claiming that if this digit ends up here, these two digits end up here. And so then they end up one of them here and one of them here. And that's a problem. Yeah, that is definitely a problem. So, like, if these two are a 2-3 pair, then these are a 2-3 pair. These definitely are not a 2-3 pair. So, yeah, so in fact, the same argument is actually true. The other 1-9, yeah, so the other 1-9 isn't up here. So this is not extreme. Is what we're saying. And so these two are extreme. And so that means this also is not extreme. Okay, well, this never has a 2 on it then. Because you can't have a 2-3-4 Renbon in a box with a black dot. Every black dot has a 2, 3, or 4 on it. Spoiler for my most recently published puzzle. So the 2 is also in this row. Somewhere. Yes. Okay. So these Renbons are extreme. Garion points out. And so if this is extreme, that means it has 3 odds and 2 evens, which means that these two digits are in fact both even. And so, yeah, where's the other 3-7? Matt asks. The other 3-7 has to be here because we've used the 1-9 and the 5 there. So, yeah, so this is the other 3-7. I agree. We know the right one is extreme because of a somewhat fiddly argument that Garion gave that if you put this 1-9 up here, then you end up forcing your 2-3, that is this 2-3, which are also up there. They end up here, and these are either a 2-3 pair or a 7-8 pair, and neither of those work because they destroy the length 3 Renbon, or the length 5 Renbon, from how it works. So this would have to be the 3, that would have to be the 2, or this would have to be the 2, and that would have to be the 3. Neither works well. So yeah, so you end up with sort of forcing a weird pair. I suspect there's a nicer way to see it, but I didn't find it. Okay. So this, yeah, This 2-8 is definitely on this Renbon. Uh, 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 this sells a 2-8 is the point. Because this 4-6, oh no, never mind. Sorry, I was gonna say this 4-6 is on this Renbon, and this one sees this 4-6, but I've just argued it sees the same 4-6 twice. That doesn't actually work. Okay. Josh's point is this black dot can't be 3-6 because if it's 3-6, then this leaves me 4-5 and 7-8 to make this Renbon from, and that doesn't work. So this is certainly from 1-2-4-8. For whatever it is worth. Nicholas tells me this one's definitely not a 1. I agree. So this one, in fact, is even, actually. Let's see. If this is 4-8, that would have to be 5-6-7. Does that work? So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 would be gone. So that would mean these would have to be filled in with 1, 2, 3, and 9. The 8 could go with the 1 and the 3. And the 4 could go with the 2 and the 9. I think it does work. Just barely. For what it's worth. Yeah, I was just looking at the 9 in box 5. The 9 in box 5, in fact, can only go in one of these cells. So if the 9 goes on a Renbon, then it's definitely 9, 8, 7, and that's an 8. If the 9 goes on a Nabner, that's tricky. One of these cells is 3 or 7, because I can't put both 3 and 7 on this Renbon up here. 9, 8, 7. Okay, being told 987 breaks, but I don't see why it breaks. Uh makes the black dot a 4-8. Oh, yeah, 987. Right. 987 also takes out the 4, and now you've got to make this with only 3, 5, and 6, which doesn't work. Okay, so the 9 is definitely not on a Renbon. Okay, so we've got somewhere. I believe that. So, I don't know that tells me literally anything, but the 9's not on a Renbon, so at least one of these is an Abner. Okay. I mean, the 8 could either be up here or on the other line, right, Selena? So, like, literally anywhere except the line with a 9 that I don't know where it is. Including even the black dot, I think is fine. Let's see. Garian asks if the same thing breaks for 1. I don't think it does. Because if I make this 1, well, the 1, okay, yeah, it is true. The 1 certainly does not go on a Renbon. So to that extent, yes, I can say the 1 doesn't go on a Renbon. But well, I mean, if the 1 is on the black dot, then it's certainly on a Nabner. Because if the 1's on the black dot, it would need to be a 1-2 black dot, so it's certainly not a 1-2-3 Renbon. For what it's worth. Bye, Matt. Thanks for hanging out today. Uh, 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 so, so we've got a whole lot of nothing, is what I am taking away from all of this. Yeah, we could try like doing some weird low-high coloring. So I think I now see at least a little of Nicholas's point from before. So I think I can now convince myself this can't be 3, 4, 5, because I know one of these two Renbon is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that would therefore, if this is 3, 4, 5, it would create a sextuple in the column from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there can't be a 3 on this Renbon. And the same thing goes for if this Renbon is entirely from 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. That's the way to think about Nicholas's point from before. So yeah, so if this is entirely from 5, 6, 7, 8, well, I know that doesn't work. Sorry, if it's entirely from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that doesn't work either. Okay, so knowing that these two are extreme then lets us sort of piece together Nicholas's argument by saying that in a sextuple you need 6 digits. Okay, so there's no 4 here. And so there's no 8 here either. So this is 1, 2, is the point. Okay, and so that digit is a 2. And we can bring out Big Z for the 2 dance. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Okay, and so now neither of them are Renbons because this would need to be 2, 3, 4, which it can't be, and this would need to be 1, 2, 3, which it definitely can't be. So we can yellow both of these. And now we have identified everything. Okay, so now where does the 3 in the box go? The 3 in the box now goes exactly here because the 3 can't go on the Nabner with the 2. And it can't go in the row with the 3-7 pair. So this is a 3. No, the original Zach is still here, but Big Z is our intern who Zach has been training. So some of the simpler dances Big Z can do, but the more complicated dances still have to be performed by Zach. Plus, Zach just likes to come on and show off every now and then. But we're doing our best to help out in the industry. Okay. So we've got 7, 8, and 9. And we can't put the 8 with the 7 or the 9. So, I mean, I guess here's the easy way to do it. These cells are from 7, 8, 9. Therefore, there's no 8 here. Because if there were an 8 here, it would be a big problem. In that the 8 would rule out both of the other digits. So therefore, that's the 8. And these are the 7, 9, and I know which one is which because of the previous comments about stuff. So that is the 7, that's the 9. And that 8 seems to have made that a 2, which seems to have made that a 1, 3, 4. Seems to have made that a 7 and a 9. This seems to be blue. These seem to be 6 and 8. Oh, and I know the order even, so that's the 6 and that's the 8. That's a 2 by red circlage. Oops. We did finally disambiguate the high-low thing, so that's pretty cool, if I do say so myself. So 6 in row 5 is there, João points out. And so this digit is odd, and we even know what it is. It is a 5. And so now 5 is here by Sudoku in this row. And so these are 7, 8, 9. These are 1, 2, 3. This digit is a 4. To make that work. This digit is a 4 or 6. I'm just going to point out. So where does the 5 in box 9 go? The 5 in box 9 can't go with a 4 or a 6. It can't go in an even square and can't go in a column with a 5. So therefore, one of these is 5. And I now have 2 5s looking at this box. So now there's a 5 living on this Nabner. So no 4 or 6 here. So I guess that means the 6 is either there or there in this box for whatever that is worth. It's definitely a 6 on this Nabner now for whatever it's worth. Three in box 7. 3 in box 7 is definitely on here, has been pointed out. Because 3 can't go on the Nabner with 2. And so if there's a 3 here, then that tells me there's not a 4 on either of these. And so that is a 4. Very good. That's very cool. And so therefore this is a 3, because it's not a 5. This is an 8 because it's the only even that it doesn't see by Sudoku. It sees 2 and 4 in the box and 6 in the column. So this is odd. So where are 7 and 9 in this box? They're... Uh-oh, I broke the puzzle. What did I do? Because I can't put the 7-9 pair on top of the 5. Why did I know this cell couldn't be 5? Oh, by Sudoku. Oh, right. This is not a 7-9 pair. This is only a 7-9, right. So all of 5, 7, and 9 go on this Renbon. Or sorry, this Nabner is the point. And so 5, because I can't put 5, 7, or 9 on the other. And so these are 5, 7, and 9. That one, of course, I know is not 5. Okay, there we go. Sanity restored. So one of these is a 1, and the other is a 6. Well, that's the one that's the 6. So this is the one that's the 1. And so these numbers are 2, 3, 4. And like before, these can't have a 3 in them, because if there's a 3 in them, I can't put a second digit with it. So in fact, those are the 2, 4. And that is the 3. These are a 6, 8. Oh, and that one is an 8. So this is a 6. So that seems to be a... Oh, it can't be a 5, actually, because it's on a Nabner with a 4. So that, in fact, is a 7. That's all the evens in this column, so all of those are odd, and all of the evens in that box, so this is odd. Where does the 9 go in box 1? Only there. So that's a 7 and a 9 and an 8. That is a 7 and a 5 and a 9. This seems to be a 5. And this seems to be a 1. The suddenly is going a lot smoother. I wonder if we missed something we were supposed to observe in the beginning. I sort of feel like we missed something we were supposed to observe in the beginning. Okay, so this can only be 3 or 5 because it can't... Oh, sorry. This is just a naked 5, actually, because it can only be 3, 5, or 7, but it sees 3 and 7 by Sudoku. So this is just a naked 5, which unfortunately does not at all help with the 4, 6. Okay. What did I do? Did I hit a digit? No. Okay. The 4 in this box can't go on the Nabner with a 5, can't go in a row with a 4, or a column with a 4. So I do know for sure one of these is a 4. Which then tells me that where does the 3 go in this box? The 3 in this box can't go on the Nabner with a 4, so it has to go on this Nabner, but not in the row that already has a 3 in it. So therefore, this is a 3. This cell is a 2 or an 8. I just want to let the record show. I also know the 6 is on this Nabner. I just want to mark, and it's not there. Because the 6 can't go on the Nabner with the 5 either, and it can't go here anymore. And so now the 7 is definitely on this Nabner. And so the 7 is in one of those two cells. Or whatever that is worth. So the 7 is in one of these two cells, which seems to be worth even less. But what can you do? Let's see. Is this digit a naked single? Not quite, I guess. Yeah, I think it can be any of those. Oh, there's a 4 down here somewhere. This digit super is not a 6, so it is a 2, 4, or 8, for whatever that is worth. Oh, but it's not an 8, actually, because this digit can't be a 7 or a 9. So this is only a 2 or a 4. The 8, therefore, is now in one of these two cells. And if the 8 is there, that means the 7 and 9 do hang out on this Nabner. That one, those aren't 7. That one's not 9. That means the 6 is authentically on the other Nabner. I guess it's got a handful of options for where that could be. But I guess that does then sort of bounce back and tell me the 5 is on this Nabner, and I know where. Namely, the 5 has to be on this Nabner here. Which does go with a 7 and a 9 here. For what it's worth. That is placed the 5 down here, which places the 7 down here, which places the 7 up here, funnily enough. Okay, so this digit now can only be a 1 or a 9, I think, right? Can't be 2, 4, 6, or 8. Yeah, this digit can only be a 1 or a 9 now, so it is also odd. And it's got to be the 1 or a 9 that's consecutive with this 2 or 8. Because the other 2 or 8 is on this thing. Yes. Okay, so yes. So Selena's point is now contemplate where 3 goes in this box, and the answer is not in the row with a 3, not in an even square, not on top of a 5. So one of those cells is a 3, and it's not that one either. So one of these 2 cells is a 3, which means I can't put a 4 on this Nabner, and I can't put a 4 on that Nabner either, so therefore that's a 4, which makes that a 2 and makes that a 4. That is a... Why on earth did I scan for which digit was consecutive with 4 to put in this cell and conclude it was a 6? That's not my best moment on stream. Anyway, it's a digit that's consecutive with 4 that's not 5, so it's a 3. Fun fact. Okay, so those are a 1-2 pair, so that's a 3. That's going to place the 4 back down here. Let's see, 2 in this box now is going to have to go here with a 9. So that's going to give me the rest of the digits for this line. Well, 9's not one of them. So this is now a naked 8, if I actually look at it. It's not a 1. So this is a 2. Oh, it's not a 2 either. Because there's a 2-9 pair. So in fact, that is the 6, and this is the 1, is how that actually works out. Let me paint this box with pencil marks. Also, I'm going to, while I notice it, mark that that's a 9, and that is a 6 by Sudoku. So I can also pencil mark those and get that that is a 1, and that is an 8 and a 2. Orange for 1, blue for 2, orange for 9, blue for 2. This is blue for 2. This is orange for 3. This is blue because the only candidates are blue, which makes this orange because the only candidates are orange. And this is orange because the only candidates are orange. So we can fill in a bunch of that. So that is 2, 3. These are a 7, 9 pair, which seems to make this a 6, and that a 7. Oh yes, they have very organized colorings in these boxes. P.S. I realized about 10 minutes into this puzzle that it was absolutely not a coloring puzzle, and then I just kept coloring it anyway. These aren't 6 or 2 or 9. That's not a 6. That seems to be a 7. This seems to be a Mark. Hello, Mark. These are all blue. I guess it's appropriate to use Mark in this puzzle since Mark did this puzzle in CTC. That's orange, and that's orange, and that's orange. And so that is blue. Like that too. That's also a nice organized box. Like that. So that is orange and blue. And so that is blue and orange. So that is orange and blue. And I think we can fill in our digits for 8, 5, 1, 5, 6, and 4. Very nice. I feel like we got tripped up in the beginning. Maybe I should have thought about the stuff yeah, I think the step that was messy that we didn't see was proving that this Renbon was extreme, right? I think proving one of these two was extreme was easy, but the argument required like this white dot, and then I think we did not find a nice argument that the other Renbon was extreme. We found an argument that the other Renbon was extreme, and then that made this 4, 5, 6. But I think we skipped over one nice argument at some point, I think. And then we spent a lot of time arguing, like we found some very nice proofs, like admittedly, we spent a decent amount of time at the beginning of the puzzle just trying to find the nicest possible proof that you couldn't fit a Renbon and a Nabner in a box, and Selena provided a really nice proof of that, which was then also useful for proving a similar thing in these boxes. So that I was really happy. I'm going to bet that Full Deck and Missing a Few Cards will really appreciate Selena's proof of that. I'm curious if also to hear that they will often say something in the Discord afterwards. I'm curious if they had a different argument or if they had the same argument or whatever that this was the case. Because it was definitely one of those things where I definitely did not find the proof from the book to start with. I feel like Selena's proof is probably the proof from the book, but we shall see. All right, but they usually leave comments either on the YouTube video or over on the Discord of what they had in mind. So I'm curious how differently they thought about some of the pieces. But anyway, very cool puzzle. I'm quite surprised this ended up to be a 1-2 Black Dawn. It's sort of funny to think at the end that this could have been a white dot, except then it might not have been unique, which would have been hilarious. It's always amusing when that sort of thing happens. Anywho, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with another puzzle. So see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back. We're going to wrap up with one or possibly more 6x6s. We'll see. Slightly off-colored 10 line, but it is a 10 line. So for purposes of this puzzle, we must select exactly 6 digits from 0 to 9 to place in the grid. Digits may not repeat in row, box, or column. Digits may not repeat in a cage and must sum to the value indicated. So probably these are going to be 7 and 9, for example. The gray line is a 10 line. So we did one of those earlier today if you missed it, but it must be divided into one or more. I'm going to bet on more. Non-overlapping segments. I suppose it could be one segment if there's a bunch of zeros on it, such that the sum of the digits of each segment sums to 10. Now, that does create some interesting ambiguity with the zeros, because you could sort of put 0 in either group. I've sort of contemplated 10 lines puzzles with zeros before, but I've never quite decided exactly what to do. Like I've thought of like 8 different rules for what it could be. It's worth pointing out this is also 8, 9 because it's a 17 cage. So we know that 7, 8, and 9 are all part of this. Oh, and this is a 7, 8, 9, 24 cage because you can't repeat digits in cages. So got that. Now, these digits at least are all not 0. So there are at least 3 non-zero digits. Sorry, at least 4 non-zero digits. I feel that probably it's going to be that it's 1 10 sum. That's my guess. That is my bet. This is also from 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you look at the 7, 9 pair and where it goes in box 6, or sorry, box 4, one of the 7 9s goes in this cage. The other 7 9 has to go in this cage because, well, there's nowhere else it could go. So this is 7 or 9, which go with 2 and 4 respectively. For what it's worth, there is a secret second 16 cage, I am told, which is going to get us a digit here. Namely, it is going to get us an 8. This is not going to be 7 or 9. This is not going to be 8 or 9. And so therefore this can't be 6 because it would make the sum 14. So that is going to be 7. And that'll be 8, which will make that 9 and 7. Let's see. I can color the 7 9s is probably... Oh, this is just a 7. Never mind. I don't have to color the 7s and 9s. I can just use the fact that that's an 8 9 pair. So that is not a 9. So that's not a 6. This is not a 7 or a 9. So therefore this is a 7 or a 9, but it's not a 7. So this is a 9 and a 2, and an 8 and a 9. So these are a 7 8 pair. So this digit is not a 7. Oh, actually 9 is just placed here. Let me just do the Sudoku. 9 is placed there. So that's a 2. So 2, 7, 8, and 9 are the digits that we know about so far, I believe. We've got some 2s hanging out here. Oh, these are a 7 8 pair, I also know, and I actually know the order. That is an 8, and that is a 7. So that's an 8, and that's a 7. Where does 2 go in column 16? It has to go there. There's nowhere else that it can go. So this is a 1 or a 4. What about in this column? The 2 goes there, with that being a 1 or 4. And of course, it's the same 1 4 that is over there. So let's see. So now 2 goes here, which makes that a 1, 4. So that's an 8 because we need to put an 8 in this box somewhere, and there's nowhere else we can put it. So let me try coloring these. So that is yellow and that is yellow. I don't think I can quite yet prove that that's yellow. It assuredly is. They're all 1 and the rest are zeros. That's my guess. This is certainly the last digit for whatever it's worth. Oh yeah, there's one last 2, which is there. It goes with this 1 or 4. Oh, there's one more 8. Doesn't look to me like there's one more 8. Yes, this 1, 4 assuredly goes there. So these 2 are the same digit. And that digit's going to go here. Yeah, this 1, 4 assuredly goes there. So it's that one, that one. These are all the same. And they could be... we sort of have 2 options here for this other one. It's because these are all the same, but I don't know if they are the same as the other 1, 4 or not. But I mean, it's an Andrew Sarkis puzzle, so these are all 1. Those are 2 2s, and the rest are zeros. And that's the solution to the puzzle, because that makes it sum to 10, which is what we presume it is. Yeah, it's gotta be that. But unfortunately, I don't have an easy connection to make here. Okay, if these are both 4, yeah, okay, so if both 1 and 4 are in the puzzle, there we go. That's a good way to do it, per Martin. If there's 2 1s and 4s in the puzzle, that makes all of these cells 1, 4. And then the line sums to 10, 20, 34. That doesn't work. So there can't be another 1, 4 in the puzzle. There's only 1, 1, 4 in the puzzle. That's a good way to math that out. And then there is this last digit, whatever it may be. We can make it green. So I think we can probably okay, so we have 6 times yellow plus 6 times green. So 6 times yellow plus green plus 4 is a multiple of 10, for whatever that is worth. Right. We said green. We said they can't be 1, 4. Right. So if yellow is 4, then what is this cell? It has to be a 1 or a 0. But neither works because we already proved they can't be 4 and 1. Sorry, I kept thinking 4, 1, 4, 1 was an option, but it's not because we already proved that makes the line sum to 34. So in fact, these have to be 1s because 4s would force me. I couldn't make green 0 in that instance because then I would have a sum of 12. So the yellows have to be 1s. And so now the lines the digits on the line currently sum to 10 plus 6 times green. And if green was anything but 0, that would not work because we need this to be a multiple of 10. And so the only thing I can put in here is 6 or 10. And 10 doesn't work because it would make this 10 sum 11. So therefore, these are 0s, and we have solved the puzzle. Very nice. Apologies for the fact that I guessed correctly exactly what would happen before we started the puzzle. But we have that. Voila. We've got to put down our how it decomposes into 10 sums in order to really consider the puzzle finished. Let's see. We have another Andrew Sarkis 6x6 here. Yes, that puzzle is very nice. If I did not know Andrew Sarkis's puzzle so well, I would not have expected it. Okay, so let's look at this. So select exactly 6 digits from 0 to 9 to place in the grid. Digits may not repeat along a row, box, or column. Digits along an arrow must sum to the digit in the bulb. The yellow line is a Nabner line, which must contain a non-repeating set of digits, which is pairwise non-consecutive. The teal line is a mod 3 line. Any set of 3 sequential digits on the line must contain 1 of each modularity. Oops. I kind of suspect there will be 0 in this puzzle as well. Let's see. The long line can't sum to 0. That's true. So the minimum sum is 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 1 is 5, plus 1 is 6. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. I can do better. Sorry. There's 3 cells in here. Sorry. These each sum to a minimum of 6. These together sum to a minimum of 6 because 0, 1, 2 is the minimum. I missed this extra thing. So that's 6, 7, 8. So the minimum sum of this is 8. So it is 8 or 9. So we've got that. This 8 or 9 assuredly goes in one of those 2 cells. So the question is, can there be a 0, 1, 2? Can 0, 1, and 2 all be in the puzzle? Given that we've got this Nabner line here. Oh, 0, 1, and 2 all have to be in the puzzle. Sorry, 0, 1, and 2 all have to be in the puzzle because I've got 1 degree of freedom. So one of these is 0, 1, and 2. And so if, in fact, I use that degree of freedom in either of these cells, I've got to fit a 0, 1, 2, and 3 into the grid. Yeah, so 0, 1, and 2 are included in the puzzle. And so the 1 is definitely over in one of these cells. Because if I put the 1 on the line... Oh, no, sorry. I could put the 1 on the line and put the 0, 2 over here. Anyway, I thought I was going to math my way out of this, but... I have not yet successfully mathed my way out of this, so I will go ahead and I will mark these appropriately. Okay. So we've got all of that at least. Where did you get your third one, AFK? I only count 2 ones. Uh, uh, this cell certainly isn't a 0 for what it's worth. I can mark that I know all of these cells aren't 0. I don't know if that is worth marking. It might tell me something. These cells are all not 0. Oh, that's not 0 either. It might give me some kind of something. What kind of something, you might ask? That I'm not quite sure. This must go to row 6, column 6. It can't go there? Um, uh, okay. Dorlier says, I lose more than 1 degree of freedom if neither of these is 0, which is true. Because then I have used both of those degrees of freedom in order to make these not 0, because then this one has to be a 1 and that has to be a 2, which buys me out of those being 0. This can't be 0 either for the same reason, albeit it's a little bit more complicated. But if this digit is 0, it eats my degree of freedom here, and then I'm dead here. Because now this is a 2, and that eats a second degree of freedom. So that's not 0 either. Uh, uh, hmm. Hmm. So the 0 is either on the modular line or it isn't on the modular line. Yes. Okay, so Martin's point is that we can color this. Let's just make it red. This digit is always this digit. If this is a 0, then that's the 0. If this is a 1, then that's used my degree of freedom, which makes these a 0, 1, which means this is also a 1. So these are always the same. And that 0, 1 has to go there because we know it appears in this box. So this isn't a 2, 3 either. And that 0, 1 goes in one of these 2 cells, which means it goes here by Sudoku. So this is a 0 or 1 for what it is worth. Yeah, and exactly the same argument tells me it goes here. Because if this is a 1, then these are 0, 1, and that's a 1. And if this is a 0, I know one of these two is a 0, and it goes here. I don't think I've ever quite seen that argument before, or an argument like that before, but it's very cute. So this is also that. So it is not a 2 or a 3. So all of those are the same digit. And if they're 1s, this is a 9. If they are 1s, that digit's a 0. I think you're... Oh, no, if this is a 2, then that's not true. Yeah, so if this digit is a 2, AAA battery is looking at this digit has a hard time going on this Nabner line. But if it's a 2, it can just get away with it. If it is a 2, that does eat the degree of freedom, for what it's worth. I'm trying to do things like if this is a 2, then all of these are 0, 1, 2, and so the 2 would have to be in one of these. And so that would put the 2 in one of these cells, and I was trying to say it would put the 2 there, but I don't think that's quite right, because you can put the 2 with either the 0 or the 1. It doesn't really matter. Hmm. If I do make this a 0 and make this a 9, the 9 certainly goes there, for what it's worth. Uh, yes, these two cells are always the same. Wow, Martin. Okay, so the proof by cases with 3 cases. The easiest is if it's 0, then that's 0. If it's 1, then we need a 1 in one of these 3 cells, and we know it's not red. And if it's 2, then we've used our degree of freedom. So these are 0, 1, 2, and we know the 2 goes there. So we can X those 2. So that's pretty interesting in terms of where this digit ends up going up here. Yeah, so if this is 0 or 1, we know it goes on one of these, so it would be there. And if this is 2, we've used our degree of freedom, and so it goes there. Yep, agree. So this is always there. Uh, Right. So it's not 3 in either of these boxes. We already know that. And so the only way that x gets to avoid being exactly there is for x to be 2. And we also have to keep in mind that x really wants to go here, because it's going to have a hard time being an arrow circle, but I think not an impossible one. Yeah, 1 of x and O is 0. Okay, that's a good way to put it. 1 of x and O is 0 from box 6. So this cell's not 0, and that cell's not 0. Boop. And so then by Sudoku, these cells aren't 0. So the 0 is definitely on this, so that's something, I suppose. That feels significant, but also I can't see anything to do with it. Can I prove these can't be double 1? Because that would be nice if I could prove these aren't double 1. If they're double 1... then this is... Oh, it makes both of these a 2. Right. If this is double 1, it makes this a 2 by Sudoku and this a 2 by sum. So that doesn't work. So it is not double 1. So this number is a minimum of 3 because there's no zeros along it. And so that means this number is not red x, which means that red x, in fact, goes here. So this is a 0, 1, or 2. So this 8 or 9 goes in one of those two cells, I suppose. So the x goes in one of these two cells over here. Do you know that this isn't x, Dorlier? You said that earlier, but I see 2, right? Can't it go there or there? Okay, people are saying these two can't be the same digit because because if they are, then this is 8, which makes that 1, and those two worlds are incompatible. Sorry, it makes that 1, and those two worlds are incompatible. Because the only way that this can be 8 is for this to be 0. So yeah, so that doesn't work. Uh, uh, because the second this is 8. Anyway, so this doesn't go there. So that means it goes in one of those two cells, which means that it goes here, which means that it goes here. I can green circle those, I suppose. Oh, I can green circle that one. And that one. And that one. So we've got all of those. So this digit, I now know where it goes in box 3, because we know neither of these is 0. So if I make this green X, I now know that green X goes here, because it can't repeat on its own arrow. And I know it's not equal to either of those, so I can place it there. And now in box 6, I know it's in one of these two cells, which tells me it's not there. And so therefore it is there in that box. So this number is not consecutive with that one, for whatever that is worth. Okay, so we have 4 things colored. There's 2 more cells, I guess. I do know one of these is 0. I'm going to remind myself. So I know that this is 1, 2, not 3, 4, 5, not 6, 7, 8, not 9, just for what it is worth. Yeah, this cell is a new thing. Josh points out it sees all of our flavors of hot dog currently. So that in fact is mustard. That in fact is mustard. So that in fact is mustard. Let's see. Is there any cell that we know? We know this cell is the 6th thing, but I can't place it, I don't think. Oh, I guess I can, actually. It goes there, right? Yeah, this cell assuredly goes there. So this can be mustard X. So mustard X is certainly 1, 2, or 3. So yeah, we've got all the things in a few of the places, but not all the places. Green X I know almost nothing about. Mustard X I know is 1, 2, or 3, which would put a lot of pressure on it if it ended up being here. But I don't know. These are I see. These two cells are a, uh, oh, sorry. This cell can only be two of our symbols. It can only be this condiment or this condiment. It sees all the other condiments. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. And so that means this number here is at most 6 for what it is worth. Uh, let's see. This cell sees all the circles and sees green X. So this cell is either yellow X or red X. So Dorlear's point is that this cell sees yellow X or red X, and it can't be 0 or 1. So this cell can only be 2 or 3. Which, funnily enough, means green X can't be 3. Because if green X was 3, it would break... Oh, no, sorry. We could... No, yeah. Green X can't be 3. It would break the Nabner. So green X is, in fact, down to being 4, 5, or 6. Okay, which is, I think, going to do it. Possibly. Oh, maybe not. I was hoping that the fact that it couldn't be 1, 2, or 3 anymore was going to tell me it couldn't be this cell, but it already couldn't be this cell. Mekdi points out that this cell, whatever it is, it goes there. So this digit is not a 1. A 4 here would force 2, 0. Is that a problem if this is 2 and 0? I don't know. This is yellow? Is that what we know? Oh, no, this could be... Oh, yeah, this cell's yellow. We don't know which yellow it is, but it's definitely yellow. Uh... Uh... Dorlear has a smart spot, which is that this is yellow, and it can't be 3 if it's yellow X, because that would eat 2 degrees of freedom at once, and it can't be 3 if it's yellow circle because of modularity. So this cell is just never 3, which does give us an authentic 0, 1, 2 triple in the row. So this number here is at least 3. This can be yellow X, I think. Row 6, column 3 is 2 because of the row 4 triple. Yes. If this is 3, then I can't put 3 anywhere in row 4. So that's very good. So this can't be 3 because now there's no place for 3 in row 4 if this is 3. So this is a 2, which makes this a 0. Which makes X at least 4, but I guess I already knew that. So now I can get rid of my anti-zero coloring. This seems to be a 1 now, just by usual magics. This is not a 0, not a 0, not 0, not 0. Okay, so those are a 1-2 pair. These are a 1-2 pair now, Garion points out. So that makes that cell a 2. Makes the circle not a 2. Makes this definitely not a 1. That definitely not a 6. So it is a 4 or a 5. Red X is 1. How do I see that red X isn't 2? Oh, here's an easy deduction. Yellow X isn't 1. Okay, sorry. This is exactly what Martin saw that I didn't. Yeah. Yellow X isn't 1, so now where was the 1 along this arrow? Now it's red X. Okay, I got it. Okay. I did not follow it at first, but now it makes sense. Okay, so I can get rid of my red X's. Making that a 2. Making that not a 1, and it's also not a 4 or a 7 because of the modular line. So this is only 5 or 8. So yeah, so that's 5 or 8 as well. 2 in box 6 is placed, Jim points out, which is then going to place 2 in box 2 as red X, which is going to make green X 4. So that is a 4. And so now we can add the whole arrow, right? I think now we can add the whole arrow. I think the arrow does sum to 8. Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 8. Yes, now the arrow is 8. So now yellow circle is 5. We can put away our food. There we go. And so now that digit is a 5, and that digit is a 5. That digit is a 4, and that digit is a 4. And now this digit is a 1. Very cool, very bizarre, but very cool. I enjoyed that that bizarre trip into Andrew's brain. Let's see. Let me have a look and see some others. Okay, technically this is a 4x4, but it is in the 6x6 thread. So this is probably a good one to wrap up one. So it looks adorable, and I want to eat the avocados. So this is a spookocado. Numbered rooms, clues outside the grid indicate the digit, which is to be placed in the nth cell in the corresponding direction where n is the first digit placed. This is also an switch. Each emoji represents a different digit in each of its appearances. Different emojis don't affect each other. The outside cells can be used for notation, but don't have to be filled for solution check. I see. Okay. So, I see. So these are all different. Okay, so, so this is not a 1, is what I have learned, right? As if this was a 1, right? If this was a 1, it would make this a 1. So that doesn't work. So this is not a 1. This is a 2, 3, 4. Likewise, this isn't a 4, because if this was a 4, these two would be equal. So this is a 1, 2, 3. Also, Emma points out these two can't be the same. So therefore, these two are the same. So I can put my red circle there. Let's see, I do have a full complement of every digit in avocado. I was going to suggest we start by coloring avocados, which isn't a thing. Yeah, I guess this avocado, if I want, is this duck by Earth switchiness. So now this X has already appeared in duck, so this can't be a 4. So this is also a 1, 2, 3. Oops, sorry. Oh, and not a 2, because if it was a 2... Wait. Why isn't it a 2? Oh, sorry. No. You didn't say it wasn't a 2. You were saying... I see. I misparenthesized what Emma said, but no, Emma was just agreeing with me that it was not a... was not a 4. let's see. So if this is a 1, then that's a 1. If this isn't a 1, that's not a 1. And then this is a 1. Because avocado needs a 1. Oh, wait, could this be the 1 of avocados? This could maybe be the 1 of avocados. Uh, uh, right. We've already got an X in avocados. So this is, in fact, not a 3 either. Good. So this is a 1 or a 2. Uh, so, so this avocado definitely shows up in one of those two cells, funnily enough. So this can't be a 2 where I repeat things in avocado, because if this is a 2, then that avocado goes there, but this is a 1, so that makes this also a 1. So that can't be a 2 or I get 2 equal avocados. So this is 3 or 4. So that avocado goes over there. Uh, uh, this can't be a 3, because if this were a 3, it would make that a 4. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that does work. Oh, damn it, this works either way, doesn't it? Uh, let's see. Okay, so Dorlier's question is, which avocado is this? Because everything is an avocado. It's not that avocado, because it's neither. So yeah, so what avocado is this cell? I'm going to mark orange for a second. Uh, it's neither of these by Sudoku. And it's not that one because that avocado goes in one of those two cells. So the only avocado it can be is this one. So this one's also orange, which means that it's a 1. Uh, okay, there we go. Very nice. Uh, so one of these two is a 1. If this is a 1, do I have a problem in spoons? I don't think so. If this is a 1, it just puts 1 there, I think. Oh, no, it does create a problem. This can't be a 1. Uh, I'm trying to think what the elegant way to say this is. If this is a 1, then it makes that spoon a 1, which then makes that a 1, which then makes this spoon a 1, which is a disaster. I bet there's a way to say that sounds that. Okay, yeah. So I guess the way to see it was to look at column 1. If this is a 1, then I can't put a 1 in column 1 anywhere, was the way to see it. Uh, uh, Okay, I think there's probably something like, if this is a 4, then that's a 3 and that's a 4. If this is a 3, then that's a 4 and that's a 2. Maybe I can't quite... I am hearing this in context and I'm still worried. That's fair. One of these two is 1, for what it is worth. One of these two is 1 for what it is worth. One of these two is 1 for what it's worth. One of these two is 2. If this is a 2, then we assuredly get X in spoons. That's actually kind of interesting. This digit in column 1 is going in a spoon unless it's that digit. Oh, no, it's not that digit. Right. These are both X already. So this isn't a 2. This is a 3 or a 4. Okay, got it. So yeah, so the point is these are the same digit. My brain is not so far the fastest at parsing this. These are the same digit. So one of these is the X of spoons. So this can't be a 2. So it's a 3 or a 4, which makes circle a 2. So we found the 2 of avocados. So this is a 3 or a 4. In order to make that work. So I think we said that made this a 2, because if it was a 3... no, if it's a 3, that works, right? If this is a 3, it makes that 4 and makes that 3. That's all okay. This is a 3, 4. That's a 3, 4. So these are a 3, 4 pair. These are a 1, 2 pair. So this is assuredly a 1 or a 2, because the third and fourth spots are both 1s and 2s. This is not 3 is correct, because if that's 3, then that would be 4 and 2, which does not work with my numbered rooms clue. So this is not 1 or 3. This is 2 or 4 only. And one of these two is definitely 2. So I can give like 6 different proofs that this is not a 2-4 pair. This duck isn't 3, Jim points out, because if this is a 3, then it's a 1, and if this is a 2, then it's a 4. This is 2, then it's a 4, 3, then it's a 1. Isn't it? Can't be 2 either, right? I think it is just a 1 or a 4 in ducks. Sadly, there are only 3 ducks. Oh god. Yeah, this is a Y-wing. or a bent triple, as Martin calls it. Because basically the way this works, if you've not seen this, this isn't something you see around the stream a whole lot. This is called the pivot, and the point is it sees these two cells, and the claim is no matter what this is, it always makes one of the yellow cells a 4. And that's not so hard to check when someone points it out, because if this is a 2, then that's a 4, and if this is a 3, then that's a 4. But the point is that means this is never a 4 because it would rule 4 out of both yellows. Or if you want to see this the backwards way, if this was a 4, these would be a 2-3 pair, and they would rule everything out of this cell. So anyway, the point is that's a 3 and that's a 4. And I can get rid of my coloring over there. Okay, so this duck is assuredly not a 3 for whatever it is worth. Or a 2. So this duck is so the ducks are a 1-4 pair, actually. So yeah, so those are a 1-4 pair. So if this is a 1, that's a 1. So this is a 1 or a 4, I guess, is one of the consequences of that. It's never a 2. Oh, I have a 1-4 pair in ducks, so this duck can't be a 4. That's the point. So that duck is a 3. So that's a 4-4. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 4. Okay, so this spoon is a 2 or a 3, but that spoon is a 1 now, looking at that. So red X is 3, right? So this avocado is 4. And we can get rid of our red X's and circles. So that is a 2. Okay, that has become a 1, so that's become a 4. Good. So that has become a 3. And we have successfully navigated the first switch puzzle that I have done. I'm sure that's not how it's pronounced because I'm putting an S in front of the W, but I've always pronounced it that way in my head until I'm just now looking at it and realizing that I'm adding a letter that's not there. Wish. That somehow seems even worse to me, but I'm not sure. But anyway, that's going to be all for today's stream. No marathon this time. I apologize. But yeah, that's very cool. I reluctantly will say I kind of want to see a 9x9 of this, but I also reserve the right to say that after I hated it after I do a 9x9 with this rule set. But it's kind of interesting. It might be pronounced like a V Irvich. Could be Irvich. That's plausible. All right, but anyway, have a good day, night, morning, evening, whatever time it is. Have a good one of those, and I'll see you all next time. I should be streaming again on Tuesday. Small chance you get a Tristan stream, but probably it will be okay for you to get me. All right, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll be back real soon. Bye for now. Oh, sorry. First of all, I forgot to say thank you to the donors. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Sorry, my brain is apparently dead. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, as always, you can do that with the button down below. I'm told there's now like a gift thing that's kind of like jewels or whatever on Twitch. So if you want to, like, I don't know, give me a banana or a penguin or something, that might be possible. I don't 100% know how it works. But if you want to figure out how it works, it's another option for how you can donate and support the stream. Do please give it a thumbs up, though, at the very least. I think I've earned that. If not today, with what happened last time with the 8-hour debacle. Last but not least, thank you to all the turbines, the people who donated at the top level, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.